All rise. The Kosovo Specialist Chambers is now in session.
Be seated, please. Madam Court Officer, please call the case.
Good morning, Your Honors. This is case KSC BC 2020-06, the Specialist Prosecutor versus Hashim Thaçi, Kadri Veseli, Recep Salimi, and Jakub Krasniqi.
I note for the record that the accused are all present in court today. Before we begin and bring in the witnesses and commence the presentation of victims' counsel's case, the panel will first render the decision pursuant to Rule 130, paragraphs 2 and 3 of the Rules of Procedure and Evidence, as informed in filing F03329 issued on 11 July 2025. By decisions of 15 February 2023 and 1 October 2024, the trial panel ordered the SBO to complete the presentation of its case by April 15, 2025. On 27 March 2025, the SBO's final viva voce witness was heard. On April 15, 2025, with no more witnesses to be called or other evidentiary material to be presented as a part of its case, the SPO closed its case. On 12 June 2025, the defense filed a joint motion pursuant to Rule 130 with confidential annexes 1 and 2. The SPO responded to the motion on 7 July 2025. Pursuant to Rule 130, paragraph 3, having heard the parties and where applicable victims' counsel, the party may dismiss some or all charges in the indictment by oral decision if there is no evidence capable of supporting a conviction beyond reasonable doubt on the particular charge in question. The test to be applied is whether there is evidence, if accepted, upon which a reasonable tribunal of fact could be satisfied beyond reasonable doubt of the guilt of the accused on the particular charge in question. The capacity of the prosecution witness, if accepted, to sustain a conviction beyond reasonable doubt by a reasonable trier of fact is the key concept. Thus, the test is not whether the trier would in fact arrive at a conviction beyond reasonable doubt on the prosecution evidence, if accepted, but whether it could. At the close of the prosecution's case, the panel may find that the prosecution evidence is sufficient to sustain a conviction beyond reasonable doubt, and yet, even if no defense evidence is subsequently adduced, proceed to acquit at the end of the trial, if, in its own view of the evidence, the prosecution has not, in fact, proved guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. It has been the constant jurisprudence of the Kosovo Specialist Chambers that a panel seized with a Rule 130 motion need not inquire into the sufficiency of the evidence in relation to each paragraph of the indictment, but that the evidence should be examined in relation to each count of the indictment. Thus, it has been observed is clarified by the reference to the word charge in Rule 130, paragraph 1 and 3 of the rules. In the present case, and at this point in time, the defense is challenging only one particular aspect of the SPO's case and has asked the panel to dismiss what it characterizes as charges only in respect of the question of two periods of time in which the defense says fall outside the scope of the armed conflict alleged by the SPO. It is the SPO's case that a non-international armed conflict existed in Kosovo from at least March 1998 through September 1999. The defense submits that the prosecution has failed to establish that an armed conflict existed in Kosovo before the end of May 1998 and following 20 June 1999. As a result, the defense asked the panel to dismiss the charges in the indictment which relate to war crimes allegedly committed before the end of May 1998 and following 20 June 1999. The incidents concerned are listed by the defense in Annex 1 to its motion. In its motion, the defense makes extensive submissions in respect of what it says is the authority of the panel under Rule 130 to dismiss not just counts in their entirety, but also parts or elements thereof, and relies inter alia on previous interpretations of Rule 90, paragraph 2 and 3 by pretrial judges of this court. The defense further submits that the panel would have the authority pursuant to Rule 130 to dismiss alleged war crimes that are said to have been committed outside the period of time during which it claims an armed conflict existed. The prosecution disputes the defense's submissions and submits that Rule 130 dictates a count-by-count assessment of the evidence, that comparison with Rule 90 is inopposite, and that its suggested approach is consistent with the text of Rule 130, its purpose, the jurisprudence of this court, and also with the terms of Rule 163, paragraph 4. As a preliminary matter, the panel notes that neither the law nor the rules make mention of the notion of counts, but use the notion of charges, although the SPO used the expression counts in the text of its indictment. The panel further notes that Rule 130 allows the defense to seek and the panel to order the dismissal of any, some, or all of the charges in the indictment where the relevant threshold has not been met. Regarding the substance of the defense's challenge, the panel notes that the incidents and allegations that occurred in the bracketed period of time challenged by the defense are not charges within the meaning of Rule 130. Instead, they are material facts pertaining to charges and counts in the indictment. What the defense is challenging is therefore not a charge, but a part of a charge, in the form of certain material facts that make up those charges or counts of the indictment. The defense submits that there is authority for its interpretation and points to the case law of International Criminal Tribunal for the former Yugoslavia, where, as the defense says, charges as opposed to whole counts were dropped by trial chambers. However, these cases were decided on the basis of the old version of Rule 98 bis of the ICTY Rules of Procedure and Evidence, which was amended in December 2004 and since then only refers to counts instead of the previously used charges. The panel further notes that none of these cases support the defense contention that the rule could be used to shorten the time frame of a charge. These decisions therefore offer no support for the suggestion that the panel would be authorized to dismiss part of a charge based on temporal or other considerations, nor has the panel found any other authority that would support such an understanding. If accepted, the defense's interpretation would result in the fractioning of the case, which would require a panel to decide each and every material fact challenged by the defense, whether on grounds of time, geography, or substance. Instead, as noted already, Rule 130 was intended and has been consistently interpreted as requiring a review of the evidence pertaining to each count of the indictment rather than any material facts or allegations that make up the charges and the counts of the indictment. The panel notes that a similar interpretation and understanding applies in respect of Rule 163.4, which provides further support for the panel's interpretation of the terms of Rule 130. The panel refers in that respect to the judgment in the Gucciati and Haradinaj case in particular at paragraphs 981 and 1006 of that judgment. The panel also notes that each and all of the concerned incidents are also charged as crimes against humanity, which, unlike war crimes, are indifferent to the existence of an armed conflict at the relevant time. Therefore, even if considered on its merit and successful, the defense motion would not result in the dismissal of any of the counts in the indictment, while considerations of while considerations of the expeditiousness are relevant to this stage of the process, they do not create an independent legal basis on which the panel would go beyond and behind the clear terms of the rules. Based on the above, the panel is not satisfied that it has the authority under Rule 130 to dismiss part of a charge or material facts that form part of a charge, whether on temporal grounds or on any other grounds. On that basis, the panel dismisses the Defense Rule 130 motion in its entirety. In light of this, the panel need not and will not consider the merits of the defense's arguments regarding the question of the beginning and end of a non-international armed conflict in Kosovo. The question of the temporal scope of the armed conflict relevant to this case will be dealt with at the end of this trial when the panel will decide on the merits of this case. This concludes the panel's decision. Next, the panel will issue an oral order regarding the late addition to the SPO exhibit list of selected pages of item SP0E00325-698 to 00325-769, tendered by the SPO through witness W04826 and admitted by the panel in decision F03201/COR. In particular, the panel notes that in decision F03201/COR, it admitted certain pages of item SPO E0032598 to 00325-769, which, as a result of decision F03211, are currently not on the SPO's exhibit list. Those pages are SP0E00325-704 to SPO E0032521, SPO E00325-737 to SPO E0032538, SPO E00325-746 to SPO E003255552. I'm sorry, it would be 032552. SPO E325-755 to SPO E0032556, and SPO E0032579 to SPO E0032564. Having found in decision F03201/COR that those pages are admissible insofar as they are referenced in W04826's expert report or are related to documents which are referred therein, and considering that the request for their addition to the exhibit list predates their tender through W04826, the panel is satisfied that the SPO has demonstrated timely and good notice and good cause pursuant to Rule 118, Paragraph 2, for the late addition of such pages to the exhibit list. The panel therefore authorizes the SPO to amend its exhibit list to include the following pages of items SPO E00325-698 to 00325-769, admitted pursuant to decision F03201/COR, with the ERNS that I have just mentioned a moment ago. The SPO is ordered to submit an amended exhibit list by Friday, 18 July 2025. This concludes the oral order. The panel informed the parties previously that they will have an opportunity to make brief oral submissions regarding the joint defense request for exclusion of evidence, which is filing F03328. Are there any submissions? Does the SPO, first of all, wish to respond to the application?
Yes, Your Honors. If you would prefer for the Victims' Counsel to go first, or we can also lead on this.
I'm sorry, I did skip the Victims' Counsel first. And I will ask that everybody confine your comments to 5 minutes. Go ahead, Mr. Laws. Sorry about the mistake.
No, that's perfectly right, Your Honour. Your Honour, the Court of Appeal panel resolved this matter on Monday in their judgment in the Sharla case. And I'm going to need to ask leave to refer to the confidential version of the appeal judgment and therefore ask to go into private session, please.
Into private session, please, Madam Court Officer.
Your Honors, we are now in public session.
Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Dixon.
Thank you, Your Honours. Our request to exclude certain parts of the report is set out in our application. It's not to exclude the entire report and issues of harm generally. It's only to exclude those portions that deal with the credibility of the witness concerned. Our simple point is that the Victims' Counsel can't introduce evidence through an expert regarding credibility. SBO can, we can, but not the Victims' Counsel, because their role is limited to harm and consequences. So the rest of the report can come in and we will cross-examine on that basis. It's just those parts that we've identified in our motion. That's at footnote 2. It's just those portions that we've asked to be excluded on the basis that they deal with credibility. And our submission is based entirely on Your Honour's ruling from just a week ago, where similar material that the victims tried to introduce through a bar table motion that went to credibility, you said no, that can't be admitted on the basis that it goes to credibility and you are primarily here to deal with harm. Our submission is that the appeals chamber judgment, and I'm referring to the public version here at paragraph 55, doesn't address that issue squarely. That matter was never litigated in that case. Defence counsel never objected. They agreed, in fact, to the report going in. That was their prerogative for whatever reason. But we have objected based on Your Honour's prior ruling. And what we are saying is that what the appeals chamber has done is simply address grounds of appeal in which credibility came up. They never addressed this issue squarely of, in principle, does the statute and rules of this court, does the law of this court allow for victims' counsel to introduce matters of credibility? That is not stated there. The first sentence simply refers to the subject matter, the issue generally, and then goes on to address the points of appeal, which, as I say, were not litigated regarding this particular issue. So we say the matter hasn't been decided by the appeals chamber. You should follow your own prior decision to be consistent within this case. Thank you, Your Honours.
Thank you, Mr. Dixon. Anybody else? No other comments? All right.
May I reply?
Certainly.
Well, with great respect to Mr. Dixon, paragraph 55 does exactly what he has just said it doesn't do. It deals very specifically with credibility, and it relates to dual status witnesses, and that is the position here. And so we respectfully disagree that it's not been decided. That is the decision on this point. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Laws. So we'll take a brief recess to deliberate on this issue, and we will come back and hopefully issue an oral order after that little break. And then we will proceed with the testimony of VE 01 and 02. So we will be adjourned for a few minutes. Don't go too far away.
All rise. All rise.
Be seated. The panel will issue an oral order regarding the joint defense request for exclusion of evidence, filing F03328. On 3 July 2025, the panel issued a decision on victim counsel's submission of expert reports and their request to admit them into evidence. This is filing F03305. In the decision, the panel found that Ms. Dona Prinzren and Dr. Black qualified as experts within the meaning of Rule 149, and at the same time deferred its decision on the admission of the 3 IMMO reports prepared for this case, Case 04 and Case 05, until after Ms. Duna Prison's and Dr. Black's testimony. On 11 July 2025, the defense filed a joint request for the exclusion of evidence concerning portions of the IMMO report prepared for proceedings in Case 04 pertaining to a witness's testimony. The defense argues in paragraph 6 to 8 of the request that this evidence is inadmissible as it is relevant to the issue of witness credibility and as such is beyond the remit and powers of the victim's counsel and the expertise of the authors of the report. The defense requests that the panel, number 1, exclude from the Case 04 IMMO report portions of evidence pertaining to the testimony of a witness in prior proceedings. 2, orders that no party may elicit evidence concerning the relevant portions of the IMMO Case 04 report during live evidence. And 3, orders an expedited briefing schedule on this request or alternatively allow the defense to submit oral arguments prior to the beginning of the testimony of Ms. Dona Prinson and Dr. Black. Victims' counsel submits that as recently confirmed by the Court of Appeals panel's judgment in Case 04, Victims' counsel has an interest in standing to address issues of witness credibility. The SPO submit that the portions of the report that are objected to by the defense do, in fact, relate to the harm suffered by the victim. The SPO adds that experts conducted their forensic medical evaluation and they found certain symptoms and consequences which are issues that victims' counsel is permitted to present evidence on. Counsel for Mr. Kadri Veseli submits that victims' counsel cannot introduce evidence through an expert regarding credibility. According to the Veseli defense, it is SPO's or the defense's role, but not victims' counsel's role, because their role is limited to harm and consequences. Having heard the arguments from the parties and participants, the panel finds that the identified portions of the IMMO Case 04 report do not relate solely to the credibility of a witness and do not fall outside the expertise of the authors of the report. The panel notes that Ms. Dona Prinson, who co-authored the report, is an expert in post-traumatic stress disorder evaluation and assessing the behavior of a witness in criminal proceedings. The IMMO Case 04 report falls well within her expertise. The panel further considers that seeking to establish mental harm suffered by a victim in these proceedings is within the competence of victims' counsel. Insofar as the defense argues that the panel did not deal with the defense's arguments pertaining to the witness's testimony in the decision of 3 July 2025, the panel finds that the defense misrepresents that decision. The panel explicitly stated in paragraphs 29, 30, 32, and 45 of the decision that given the defense's objections pursuant to Rule 149, it would only decide on the admission of the IMMO reports after the expert witnesses had testified. The defense had an opportunity to cross-examine them, and the panel had received submissions from victims' counsel and the parties following the conclusion of the testimony of the expert witnesses. The panel sees no reason to depart from this ruling. Any arguments relating to the non-admission or the exclusion of portions of evidence pertaining to the testimony of the witness in prior proceedings in the IMMO Case 04 report will be addressed in the panel's forthcoming decision on the admission of the IMM reports, in which the panel will account for all submissions made on that point. The defense request, that is, filing F03328, is therefore dismissed. This concludes the oral order. So today we will start hearing the evidence of Victims' Counsel, witnesses VE01 and VE02. Please bring the witnesses in.
Your Honors, if I may, just before we actually bring witnesses in, I just wanted to ask, we were handed these preparational notes in the morning.
Yes.
I was just wondering whether there is some explanation of what this document is or how it is intended to be used during the testimony.
The witnesses asked court's permission to bring those notes with them, and we said they could so long as they shared them with everybody, with all the parties and participants.
So it's expected that they will rely on the notes during their testimony?
In the event that they'll be instructed on that. They're not to read them. In the event that they need to refer to them, they would ask permission and then be either granted or denied.
Understood.
Please remain standing. You can put your earphones on. Good morning, Ms. Karen Duna Prinzen. Is it Duna? Is that correct?
It's Dune, yes.
My microphone's on. Dr. Catherine Nicola Black. In the decision of 3 July 2025, that is filing F03305, the panel permitted that you testify concurrently. Before you take your solemn declaration, I will give you and the parties and participants some practical guidance for your testimony because of that situation of you testifying concurrently. Shortly, you will be instructed to take a solemn declaration. Each of you will do so separately. To assist the court reporters in maintaining as clean a transcript as possible, each time Victims' Counsel or counsel for the parties ask a question, they will indicate to whom the question is being directed by addressing the expert by their name. Before you speak, please identify yourself by name and then respond to the question you are being asked. This will allow the transcript to accurately reflect which expert is responding to the question when asked. In terms of timekeeping, the witnesses are testifying jointly, and therefore the time used for the examination in chief, cross-examination, and re-examination will be recorded in the same manner as it is for one witness. Lastly, you may be asked to make markings on certain material put before you. For this purpose, you can use the smart board in front of you, and the court officer can assist you if necessary. So the court usher will now provide you each with the text of the solemn declaration which you are asked to take pursuant to Rule 149, Paragraph 5 of our rules. Please take a look at it, and then I'm going to ask you to read it aloud. So we now proceed with the solemn declaration of witness VE01. Mrs. Duna Prinzen first. Please read the document.
Conscious of the significance of my testimony and my legal responsibility, I solemnly declare that I will perform my expert analysis conscientiously and to the best of my knowledge, and that I will state my findings and opinion accurately and completely.
Thank you. And now, witness VE02, Dr. Black, please proceed to read the solemn declaration.
Conscious of the significance of my testimony and my legal responsibility, I solemnly declare that I will perform my expert analysis conscientiously and to the best of my knowledge, and that I will state my findings and opinion accurately and completely.
And do each of you agree to the solemn declaration, Ms. Prinzwin
Yes, I agree.
and Dr. Black?
Yes, I do.
All right, you can both be seated now. Witnesses, your testimony is expected to last approximately 2 days. As you may know, the Victims' Counsel will ask you questions first. Once they are finished, the SPO and the defense will have a right to ask questions of you, and members of the panel might also have some questions for you. The Victims' Counsel's estimate for your examination is 2 hours. The SPO has indicated it may take approximately 2 hours for questions, and the defense will take approximately 4 hours for questions. As regards each estimate, we hope that counsel will be judicious in the use of their time. The panel may allow redirect examination if conditions for it are met. Witnesses, please try to answer the questions clearly with short sentences. If you don't understand a question, feel free to ask counsel to repeat the question or tell them you don't understand and they will clarify. Also, try to indicate the basis of your knowledge of facts and circumstances that you will be asked about. In the event you are asked by the Victims' Counsel to attest to some corrections made regarding your reports, you are reminded to confirm on the record that the expert report, as corrected by the list of corrections, accurately reflects your declaration. Also, speak into the microphone and wait 5 seconds before answering a question, and then speak at a slow pace for the interpreters to catch up. During the next days while you are giving evidence in this court, you are not allowed to discuss with anyone the content of your testimony outside of the courtroom. If any person asks you questions outside the court about your testimony, please let us know. Please stop talking if I ask you to do so, and also stop talking if you see me raise my hand. These indications mean that I need to give you an instruction. If you feel the need to take breaks, please make an indication and we will accommodate you. The panel understands that you have hard copies of your expert reports, CVs, and other documents for you to reference during your testimony in case of need. The panel also notes that prior to the hearing, the parties and participants were handed out copies of the additional notes that you prepared prior to your testimony. If you cannot recall something and wish to consult these documents to refresh your memory, please notify the counsel before doing so. I repeat that this should be only done in the event that you need to make that reference because you cannot recall. You should not read directly from these documents. In other words, maintain a question and answer routine, but if you need to check the documents, you may do so with permission of the court and then go back to testifying without reading. Understood? All right. So we begin now with Victims' Counsel, who has their questions. Victims' Counsel may begin.
Thank you, Your Honour, and good morning to both of you. As you know, I'm Victims' Counsel in this case, and I'm going to be asking you some questions this morning. I'm going to start by dealing with your qualifications and experience, and I'll begin, if I may, with you, Ms. Brinson. Ms. Brinson, what is your occupation?
This is Ms. Princeton speaking. My occupation is a health psychologist working currently for IMO and the University of Utrecht.
Thank you. May we have, please, on the screen 2 documents side by side. May we have the document V0000034 to 35 on one side, and on the other side of the screen may we have document V00005 to 33, please. Certainly. Yeah.
All right, Mr. Laws, I think we're ready now.
On the screen we have 2 pages of Mr. Bruce's CV. What I would like to have, if I can, is the first page of the CV and then the other document on the other side. So V 000005 to 33 was the document that I'd asked go on the other side. Thank you very much. Vincent, you told us that your occupation was that of psychologist, and do you see your CV on the left-hand side of the screen before you?
Yes, I do.
And does it show that you have been a mental health psychologist from 2015 to the present day in the roles set out there on the document?
Yes, that is correct.
And your work has involved, in particular, dealing with victims of torture and of inhumane treatment, has it not?
Yes, that is correct.
And you mentioned that you had worked, or are working, for an organisation called IMMO, I-M-M-O. Is that right?
Yes, that is correct.
Could you tell us, please, what IMMO stands for, what the initial stands for in Dutch, and then tell us in English if you can?
So, in Dutch, IMMO is het Instituut voor Mensenrechten en Medisch Onderzoek. In English, this is the Netherlands Institute for Human Rights and Medical Assessment. And we protect human rights by performing medico-legal examinations on suspected victims of torture and inhuman treatment.
Thank you. And if we look to the right of the screen, and if we could come down the page, please, to the bottom, we see some very small type. If it's possible to increase the size of that type, thank you very much. We can see in a footnote on page 1 of the IMMO report in this case that you're described as being a forensic medical examiner for IMMO since 2015. And Ms. Vincent, it tells us that you have completed the internal IMMO training and that you attend regular continuing education courses and peer reviews offered by IMMO. Is that correct, Ms. Vincent?
Yes, that is correct.
And it tells us that you also are in possession of a degree in behavioural therapy, and we can see that degree if we look on the CV. Page 2, I think, is from the University of Maastricht. Is that right?
So it's not entirely correct because the behavioral therapy is a course you conduct individually while working with patients, and that can be anywhere. So it's a course I did in several places.
Thank you. The entry that we have for 2002 shows that you have a Bachelor of Science and a Master of Science in Development Psychology from Maastricht University. Is that right?
Yes, that is correct.
Thank you very much. Can you give us some idea of how many people with trauma you have diagnosed or treated in the course of your work for IMMO?
In my work for IMMO, I think I have conducted medico-legal examinations in over 60 cases, and maybe also 60 that I was a peer reviewer.
And beyond IMMO, have you also dealt with people suffering from trauma?
Yes, in my work as a mental health psychologist, before I worked for IMMO, I dealt with people with trauma.
Can you give us an approximation of how many people you would have dealt with, please, who suffered from trauma?
I think it's very hard to give an approximate number. I've been working for 10 years, maybe more in mental health psychology. I think maybe either way 50 or 60.
Thank you. And it is also correct that you are the co-author of 2 reports prepared in respect of earlier proceedings at this court in cases 4 and 5.
Yes, that is correct.
Thank you. Well, I'm going to seek admission of the CV of Ms. Princeton, please, and in line with your ruling in F02787, we propose that it be marked for identification at this stage.
Please mark it for identification.
Thank you, Your Honors. The CV will receive exhibit number V00063, and current classification is confidential.
Thank you.
MFI.
May I now turn to you, please, Dr. Black, and I'm going to ask you some very similar questions. May we take down the document on the left-hand side of the screen, please, and replace it with document V0000036 to V0000037. Dr. Black, what is your occupation, please?
This is Catherine Black speaking. I'm a psychiatrist.
Dr. Black, do you recognise your CV on the left-hand side of the screen before you?
I do.
And may we look, first of all, please, at the first page. We can see that this year, 2025, you also joined IMO, is that right?
That's correct.
And your function is carrying out forensic medical assessments in conformity with the Istanbul Protocol, is that right?
That's correct.
All right, we'll come back to the Istanbul Protocol in just a few moments. And you also work at the Sinai Centrum as a psychiatrist and have done so since 2024, is that right?
I've been working there as a psychiatrist since 2024, and I was a resident in psychiatry there since 2023.
Thank you. And if we turn the page, please, we can see at the foot of the page your qualifications are given. You have a medical degree and a doctorate of medicine. Is that also right?
That's correct.
And could you tell us, please, about your experience of treating those with trauma?
In my training as a psychiatrist, I chose to work at 2 centers specialized in trauma treatment. One of them is also mentioned in the CV, called ARC Centrum 45 in Diemen in the Netherlands. It's a highly specialized center for trauma treatment. I worked there from 2020 to 2022, mainly with a refugee population, many of whom are victims of torture. I worked still as a resident in psychiatry at the Sinai Center, where I now currently work as a psychiatrist in the inpatient clinic for intensive trauma treatment. There's a diverse population of patients there, people with early childhood trauma, also again, refugee population. I also worked partly at the Sinai Clinic for veterans of war, and I currently work at the Sinai Outpatients Clinic, and there's also, again, a diverse population of people with trauma, including early childhood trauma, including victims of torture, and refugee population.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
May I please also ask for an MFI number for this CV?
Yes, please assign an MFI number.
Thank you, Your Honor. If I may just make a correction to the first CV, the exhibit MFI number should be V00032. Apologies. And if I can clarify with the Victims' Counsel, the ERN of the first CV, because I see that both CVs are within one document. So if Counsel can please specify the ERNs.
Yes,
of
it's
the
all.
first and the second CV.
Yes, so the first CV has the ERN ending 30, beginning first page ending 34 and goes on to 35. This is 36 to 37, 38.
Thank you. As I mentioned, the first CV with the ERN V0000034 to 35 received MFI number V00032, and the second CV with the ERN V0000036 to 38 will receive MFI number V00033.
Thank you very much.
And classification is confidential for both. Thank you.
Thank you. We're going to move on now, please, to the next topic, which is your report of the 29th of April this year, as prepared for this trial, which is now on the right-hand side of the screen. We can take off the CV from the screen, please, and just have the report. Thank you very much. May we look, first of all, please, at page 1, if we could have just page 1 visible in its entirety. Thank you. And then if we could please turn on to page 28 within the report.
Madam Court Officer, can you raise that up, make that a little bit larger?
May I ask you both? Thank you. May I ask you both the same question? You've seen the first page of the report and this page that has your names on it. Ms. Princeton, first, if I may, do you recognise that as a copy of your report?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. And Dr. Black, same question, please.
Yes, I do.
Thank you very much. May we have on the screen, please, document V0000338 to 0000339. And again, I'm going to ask you both the same question. Can you confirm that that's the letter of instruction that you received from the Victims' Council team at the Kosovo Specialist Chambers, asking you to provide a report and setting out the questions to be answered? May I ask Ms. Princeton first, please?
Yes, that is correct.
Thank you. And Dr. Black?
That's correct.
Thank you. We'll be looking at the questions in just a few moments. I want to just be clear about one topic, which is the limitations that this letter of instruction acknowledges, and that's to be found, please, on its second page at number 4. And so that we're all clear from the beginning, you can confirm that the letter included this paragraph: IMO is not asked by Victims' Council to conduct an individual medical examination of the VPPs. Therefore, the report will not be based on medical examination of the VPPs, and it is not expected that IMO will provide a medical diagnosis of each of the VPPs. That was the limitation placed on your work, was it not, Ms. Princeton?
Yes, that is correct.
And Dr. Black?
That's correct.
Thank you very much. And if we could have an MFI number for that document, please.
MFI number, Madam Court Officer.
Thank you, Your Honor. If Victims' Council can please clarify if it's entire document or just the range from 338 to 339, because document finishes with 342.
Yes, we're going to in fact deal with the other pages of it in just a moment, so it may be better to leave the MFI number until then. We've got some more pages from it. All right, we'll leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you.
Can we go back, please, to the IMO report itself and to the page that we were looking at that had the names of the authors on it, which is page 28 within the report. It's 000005 to 32. Just to clarify this, please, if you would, and I think I need only ask one of you this. Ms. Princeton, if you could tell us, please, about the other author of the report that we can see named there and what her role was.
The other author of the report is Jet Steen. She is a psychologist working for IMO, and she had a helping role in this expert report. She helped with the literature search, she helped with the coding of the testimonies, and she had ondersteunend and supportive role in writing the expert report.
Thank you very much. All right, thank you. May we go, please, to page 6 within the report that's on the screen, which is V000010. And at page 6, we can see at the top of the page the first question that you were asked to answer in your report. It's a slightly truncated version of the full question, which makes reference to based on your knowledge, experience and scientific literature, but you've extracted the meaningful part of it. What are the typical and or possible psychological consequences, short and long term, of mistreatment, torture and or inhumane treatment in situations of arbitrary detention on direct victims, and part B, what is known about the coping mechanisms in these cases. And Mr. Princeton, if we may have your help with this, you recognise that as the first question that you address in this report, and you can confirm, I think, that your answer to it runs over a little over 4 pages, all the way to the top of page 11.
This is Mrs. Princeton speaking. This is correct. This is the question. I cannot confirm that it goes through page 11. I should have to see it on my screen, and I cannot see it. So.
Well, we'll see it in just a few moments, I think. Let me just explain what I'm going to be doing with you. The answer that you've given over those pages is a detailed one, and I'm not going to go through it with you line by line. The judges have it in writing. I'm going to ask for your help in respect of some of the answers and ask for a little more detail and clarification in relation to some topics. And I'm going to start at page 9 in the report, please, if I may, which is page 13, using the numbers top right. Yes, and if we could make the top half of the page slightly larger, please. Thank you. The paragraph that I should like to look at with you, please, first of all, is the third paragraph on that page, starting many studies on the health and functioning. Can you see that paragraph?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Vincent, I wonder if you would assist us just by reading that paragraph aloud, please.
The paragraph says, many studies on the health and functioning of former prisoners of war, civilians and military personnel have shown that captivity is one of the most challenging human experiences. Captivity differs from other traumatic experiences in terms of the intensity and personal nature of the violence, the relationship with the captors, and the combined effect of prolonged and repeated traumatization. These characteristics make the psychological impact of captivity unique compared to other traumatic experiences.
Thank you. So that is what the studies show, that captivity is one of the most challenging human experiences. I wanted to ask you, please, about your professional experience of dealing with people who have experienced captivity, and whether that accords or not with the research position. Dr. Black, may I ask you first, please?
This is Catherine Black speaking. Yes, this does match my clinical experience. The people I work and have worked with who have suffered torture in captivity are among those with severe and prolonged symptoms. And one of the important things to realize about, as described in the report, about the unique nature of captivity and, as we describe, the interpersonal nature of the violence is that we know that trauma caused by one person to another has a more profound effect than, for example, a traumatic experience caused by a natural disaster. Say you are hurt by an earthquake or a severe storm. That's a different kind of impact of trauma than violence from one person to another.
Thank you. Mr. Princeton, anything you wanted to add to that?
No, I think what Dr. Black just explained can be confirmed by myself.
Thank you. May we come down to the next paragraph, please? The paragraph that starts captivity can lead to. And if we come down 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 lines, there's a sentence beginning, research shows that the treatment of prisoners. Can you see that sentence, Dr. Black?
Mm-hmm.
Would you just assist us by reading that sentence aloud, please?
Research shows that the treatment of prisoners by prison staff during captivity is the most important predictor of the development and persistence of PTSD.
And I wondered if you had any observations to make about that.
In the situation of captivity, one of the elements that makes it uniquely traumatizing is the complete loss of control and the complete dependence on captors or prison staff. That means that the situation itself is not only traumatizing, but the prison staff also has control over whether or not you can use any of the coping mechanisms that you would otherwise use. An example could be, in a traumatizing situation, at least you still have control over whether you know it's day or night outside of captivity. Inside captivity, it is possible that prison staff restricts your access to daylight or a timepiece, and therefore giving you even less control, really, over the small things that you possibly could control. And this is one of the elements that contributes.
Thank you very much. Ms. Pinson, anything you wanted to add to that?
No, I think that is very clear.
Thank you. May we go back in the report, please, to page 7, and using the numbers at the top, it ends with an 11. And I want to, if the top half could be made a little bit bigger, please. Thank you. I want to look at the sentence that starts in the first full paragraph, the most common psychological symptoms. And I wonder, Dr. Black, if you could just assist us by reading that, please. If you could take it from the most common psychological symptoms down to the word anger, 7 lines down.
The most common psychological symptoms resulting from torture and inhumane treatment include unwanted intrusive memories or flashbacks of the traumatic events, avoidance of memories by steering clear of circumstances or cues likely to trigger these memories, hyperarousal, including sleep problems, irritability or anger outbursts, concentration issues, and hypervigilance, a damaged self-image, and negative changes in thoughts and feelings, such as overly negative beliefs and assumptions about oneself and the world, feelings of detachment, challenges in experiencing positive emotions, and a predominance of negative emotions like fear, horror, and anger.
Thank you. I want to ask you to help us, please, with some of the terms in that paragraph. We've all heard about flashbacks. Everybody knows that they are a feature of PTSD. I wanted you, if you would, Dr. Black, to tell us what a flashback is like for the person who is experiencing it.
So a flashback is experience in which the individual is reliving a traumatic experience, thinking, feeling, seeing, and sometimes behaving as if they were in the traumatic situation that is flashing back to their memory. There are, of course, different degrees and severities of how this could look to the onlooker. Someone could be having a flashback and us being completely unaware of it, that it's something that they're experiencing internally. Or someone could be having a flashback and it be completely clear to all of us in the room that something is occurring. An example would be from clinical practice that someone is crawling under the table on the floor, using their hands to fight off an attacker, and really not in contact with the here and now in the room where they actually are. There's a wide range of severity and frequency. Then maybe it's important to add it can be a re-traumatizing experience.
Just explain
Yeah.
how that works.
Well,
how is one re-traumatized by a flashback?
It's not it really differs in it's not thinking about or remembering the experience. It is actually experience it as if it was happening again, with all the sensory elements of that. So people will smell the smells they smelt. They will also feel pain sometimes they felt in parts of their parts of the body that were in pain at the time of the actual event. So that makes it hugely emotionally distressing. And if someone has experienced a flashback and is, say, coming back out of it, you see the level of emotional distress can be very high. Time needed to recover from it, to realize that someone is in the here and now and not in the memory they were reliving. From clinical experience, I can say that really only very recently one of the people I spoke to for an IMO report who had spent a time in captivity and or alleged time in captivity and torture with very severe and frequent flashbacks, describes or experiences himself as still being in prison because the frequency and the intensity of the flashbacks are so severe. That's the extremer end of the spectrum. There's also, well, there's two of huge varying degree.
Thank you
Mr.
very
Laws,
much.
Mr. Laws, we will take a mid-morning break at 11, so just so you know.
Your Honour, thank you. We're going to move on, but before I do, just to check, Ms. Spinson, anything to add to that?
No,
Do you agree with what your colleague has
I
said?
agree with
Thank you
Dr.
very
Black.
much. In the paragraph that you read for us, Dr. Black, we see reference to a damaged self-image. And I wonder, Ms. Spinson, if you could tell us what that means, please.
so a damaged self-image means that you gain negative thoughts about yourself that are not realistic, that are not true. So it could be that you think you are weak or you are not worthy.
Thank you. And finally, in relation to the terms in this paragraph, we see that there's reference to cues likely to trigger these memories. And I wonder if we could just understand how triggers work. And again, I'll ask you first, Ms. Sprinson, if I may.
Yes. Triggers is what we call things you see, things you smell, things you hear, things you feel that trigger a flashback or an intrusive memory. So they remind you of the traumatic event, of the torture. For example, if your captor was smoking a lot, then the smell of cigarette smoke can bring you back to this event. Another example is one of the people I examined named specifically the smell of dirt because it reminded him of the dirt floor in his cell.
Thank you very much. Staying on the same page, if we could come down, please. A little bit more. Thank you. We've got the heading long-term consequences, and in the second paragraph we can see reference to a recent meta-analysis indicates that these symptoms can persist for years among war victims, and that is a reference to PTSD symptoms, is it not? And the question I just wanted to ask you is, should it surprise us that 25 years later people still report symptoms of post-traumatic stress disorder? Dr. Black, you look poised to answer. I'll ask you first. Thank you.
Yes, this is Catherine Black speaking. From my clinical experience, I can say it does not surprise me.
Thank you. And Ms. Princeton, anything to add to that?
No, I can confirm. It aligns with what we see in clinical practice.
Thank you. Dr. Black, did you want to add something?
No, I think so.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Next topic that I'm going to ask your help for is the importance of justice and of recognition to victims. And it's going to take us a little time to deal with that. Perhaps if we break a minute and a half early, we can resume after the break. Thank you.
All right, witnesses, you will be excused from the room. We'll have a half-hour break, and then we'll come back. Do not speak to anyone outside the courtroom, as I stated to you earlier, about anything in the courtroom. We're adjourned for 30 minutes. We'll be back
All
at
rise.
we'll be back at 11:30.
All rise. All rise.
Be seated, please. Please bring the witness in. Witnesses. Ms. Prinzen and Dr. Black, we are ready to proceed. Please give Mr. Laws your attention. He has some more questions for you. Go ahead, Mr. Laws.
Thank you, Your Honour. As I said before the break, the next topic I'm going to ask for your help with is the importance of justice and recognition. And I'm going to remind you if I may, of two passages in the report and then ask a question. The first is, we need to go back, please, to the IMO report that I think we had on the screen. Yes, thank you very much. And if we go to page 8, using the internal pagination, it's V12, top right. Thank you. And if you could just make the top half a little bit bigger, please. The report is here dealing with studies conducted regarding the duration of PTSD, and I want to go straight to the last sentence in this paragraph, which is, I shall read it out, engagement in ideological or religious beliefs and the quest for justice and official recognition of responsibility also affect recovery. The question is going to be focused on the part of that quotation, which is the quest for justice and official recognition of responsibility also affect recovery. And then the second part of the report that I just want to draw your attention to is at page 15, and that's V19, using the numbers top right. And it's the sentence at the top of the page, which is this: moreover, mental health issues are worsened by ongoing social and economic stress alongside the lack of justice and institutional support. And the question that I'm going to ask Dr. Black, please, to answer first of all, is, can you help us with how this lack of justice, the importance of justice and of recognition, how it affects the victim's recovery, and what are the reasons why mental health issues are worsened by a lack of justice on behalf of the victims? Dr. Black, your thoughts when you are ready, please.
This is Catherine Black speaking. I'd say from clinical experience, one of the ways in which a lack of justice or institutional or social support could contribute to the worsening of mental health issues is by it being what we would refer to as invalidation of a victim. So the concepts is validation or invalidation of someone's emotions or experiences can be crucial in trauma recovery. Another way in which a lack of justice, if a lack of justice is also linked to ongoing threats, could also impede recovery. We know that if people are still suffering from ongoing threats that was, for example, someone in a situation of domestic abuse, you can treat the trauma of the domestic abuse, but if someone is still in the situation of ongoing threat or another ongoing threat, that could impede recovery or from the mental health issues. And we know also from clinical experience that the act of being heard itself is actually used as therapeutic. One of the trauma treatments that is most frequently used for refugees, many of whom are victims of torture or maltreatment, is the narrative exposure therapy, and that therapy explicitly has an element of telling and documenting one's story, to use the therapeutic element of testifying, even if it is not a testimony as in court, but it as being testifying, if only to the therapist, to have the story heard and documented as a therapeutic practice.
So the very act of telling one's story and having it acknowledged in whatever form is in itself therapeutic. Is that fair?
Oh, that it can be, and that is part of the element of that. One of the elements of that treatment uses that that effect. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Mr. Vincent, anything you wanted to add to that?
No, I think that's correct.
That's correct. Thank you. We're going to move on, please, to question 2, which is on page 11 of the report, or V15, using the numbers top right. And question 2 was a question about indirect victims, and I'll read it. 2A, what are the typical and or possible psychological consequences, short and long term, for persons who have suffered from the abduction and torture and or the enforced disappearance stroke murder of their loved ones? And B, what is known about the coping mechanisms in these cases? Again, you deal with this fully over a number of pages, and I'm not going to take you through the details, but I would like just a couple of clarifications, please. If we turn the page to page 12, or 16, one page on, 16 using the numbers top right, and if you could come down to the bottom of the page, please. We can see under the heading murder, the entry, the murder of a loved one can lead to persistent grief disorder over the long term. I'd just like your help, please, with what is meant by persistent grief disorder. And Dr. Black, if you would like to go first, please.
This is Catherine Black speaking. So, prolonged grief disorder is when normal grief is actually stuck in a gets stuck or interrupted actually in the phase of grief and can't move beyond it. So normal, natural grief knows a number of stages and phases and fluctuates over time. And we call the grief disordered once it is much more prolonged, much more intense, and much more disruptive to someone's life and functioning than would normally be expected for their cultural and societal norms. And in disordered grief, we one of the core elements of it can be the intense yearning for the lost loved one that is really taking over someone's existence, and also really taking over their identity, that their identity is that of a bereaved person and little else. And it can, so here in the text you just referenced, the part of the text where it also says here, particularly in cases of traumatic loss. It can also be a mix of post-traumatic stress symptoms if the loss was traumatic, so that means a violent sudden loss, a mix of PTSD symptoms in with the grief.
Thank you. And you note that the risk of developing such a disorder significantly increases when the deceased is a life partner or one's child. Is that right?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Thank you. Ms. Princeton, was there anything you wanted to add to that description?
No.
Thank you very much. If we could turn the page again, please, V17, and come down to the paragraph headed Enforced Disappearance. We can see that there's reference to the Istanbul Protocol. And this might be a good time just to introduce us, please, to what the Istanbul Protocol is and the use that is made of it by those conducting assessments. And Ms. Princeton, would you help us with that, please?
Yes, the Istanbul Protocol is an international recognized UN guideline in the United Nations for documenting torture and inhuman treatment, and it provides medical and psychological and legal professionals with guidelines in how to examine supposed victims of torture, how to conduct the examination, and how to report the findings. And it is based in it is scientifically grounded and based on forensic expertise.
And as an IMO examiner, is it something that you use routinely in your work?
Yes, we use it to do, it is a guideline for our examinations.
And in a short while, we're going to look at two reports that you prepared in earlier proceedings. Were they prepared in accordance with the Istanbul Protocol?
Yes.
Thank you. And just before we leave this paragraph, we can see that the end of the quotation from the Istanbul Protocol says that enforced disappearance causes suffering to the relatives that reaches the threshold of torture, does it not?
Yes, that is correct.
Thank you. In the paragraph below that's on the screen now, about halfway down, we can see a sentence that starts, "This type of loss, also known as ambiguous loss, is challenging to process because there's no clarity about what happened." Just want to be clear, we're talking here about enforced disappearance and its consequences. The phrase ambiguous loss, I want just to be sure that we understand what that means. Ms. Princeton?
What is your question? I'm sorry. Do we have to explain what ambiguous loss is?
What is ambiguous loss?
Well, it means that you've lost someone, but because it's a disappearance, an enforced disappearance, you don't know what happened to them and whether they are still alive or not. So that's the ambiguity in this loss, because it's not like a real loss because you know somebody died, but still somebody is missing.
And you go on to say that it's challenging to process because there's no clarity about what happened to the person, which means that the bereaved often continue to hope and are unable to find closure. Is that right?
Yes, that is correct. The closure is very important.
Thank you. That's all I'm going to ask about question 2. We're going to move on to question 3, if we may, please. If we turn the page to V1814 in the report. And the question was, what psychological symptoms are commonly encountered in sufferers of trauma in the absence of therapeutic intervention? And once again, I'm not going to take you through all that you have written here. I want to just ask you about a couple of matters. If we could look at the bottom paragraph, please. This is in relation to a study of untreated war-related PTSD patients, and in that group it was found there's a high prevalence of PTSD and mood disorders among untreated individuals, even years after the war. And there is a high prevalence of PTSD and mood disorders among untreated individuals. Just focusing on that for a moment, this is a specifically war-related finding. Does it have, in your view, wider application to those who suffer from PTSD from, for example, captivity, torture, treatment of that kind? Dr. Black?
Sorry, could you clarify the question
Yes.
once more?
The question relates to the bottom paragraph, which you tell us that studies in various Balkan countries show that 84% of untreated war-related PTSD patients still exhibit symptoms years after the war. I suppose the question could be simply put, is that an observation that only applies to untreated war-related PTSD patients, or would it apply, for example, not to combatants, but to people who've been held in captivity for long periods or mistreated in captivity?
So I can't, from memory, confirm that the reference to which this the percentage here says 84%, that whether or not this reference also covered, as you say, not war-related but captivity-related PTSD. I would not, from clinical experience and what we know and have described from the literature in general in this report, expect it to be any different for victims of captivity and torture. As we covered earlier, captivity and torture are serious forms of traumatization.
Yes.
So I would not expect this to be different, possibly worse.
Thank you. And then the last sentence on that page, unresolved trauma causes a decline in both physical and mental health. What does unresolved trauma mean, please, in this context? Ms. Princeton, would you tell us?
Yes, an unresolved trauma means a trauma that hasn't been treated or is still, somebody is still suffering from PTSD symptoms, so still traumatized.
And in that context, just before we leave this, you note in the paragraph above, at the last sentence, the idea that time heals all wounds is not supported by research. Is that right? Dr. Black?
Yeah, well, not as a general statement that as we can see, as we've described in the report, PTSD symptoms can be last for many years, and I would perhaps say that in time they can heal, they can change, they can also be passed on to the next generation. As we've also described of intergenerational trauma, there's a large body of research of victims from the Second World War. The institution where I work was founded for victims of the Holocaust, and now, because we know the intergenerational aspect of trauma still treats their children, grandchildren. I think that may be illustrative.
Yes, thank you very much. We're going to move on, please, to question 4, which is at page 18 in the report, or V22, using the numbers top right. And we'll look first of all at the question, and then we're going to understand the method with your help. So the question was, based on the information provided to IMO by victims through Victims' Council, what are the symptoms and consequences experienced by the victims? And B, to what extent do these symptoms correspond with the consequences, symptoms and mechanisms described in response to the above questions 1, 2 and 3. That was the 4th question that you were asked, and I'd like to ask you for your help in relation to the methodology. Start with what you were given, if we may, and if we could have on the screen, please, V0000340 to 0000341. Thank you. If it's possible to show the whole page, that would be very helpful. Thank you. So this is a document that accompanied the first submission of material from the Victims' Council team to IMO, dated the 23rd of December 2024. Do you recognise it as that, Ms. Brinson?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. And it sets out what you're being provided with and tries to help with how you can access and process the information and gives guidance in relation to different categories of VPPs, as we can see. And if we go down the page, please. We can just go down the page if that's possible. And this document is not for public broadcast, please. And if we could just see the second half of the page. Thank you very much. So we can see that where witnesses have testified and been asked questions, you had a transcript provided to you, and at little 2 we can see that those who testified via Rule 154, there was a separate document in relation to them setting out what was called supplementary information on harm. And if we could go to the next page, please. And then a separate category of victims who are also witnesses, but whose evidence had been adduced in writing, and then victims who are not witnesses in the case. And together with that, you had a spreadsheet summarising the information being supplied in relation to each victim, and you were told their gender and whether they were a direct or indirect victim. Is that right, Ms. Princeton?
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you. And if we could go on to, I think it's the next page in this same document, it's V0000342. Thank you. On the 14th of February, you received in one go what was referred to as the second and third submission of material from Victims' Counsel. And we can see that at number 3, it was said that the 2 submissions brought the total number of victims in respect of whom IMO has received information on harm to 108. And if we go down, please, to paragraph 4, I just want to read a further part of your instructions for the record. We should emphasise that there's been no selection of VPPs on our part. We have provided information from all VPPs who consented to the disclosure of their information to IMO, and in respect of whom we have an account that provides at least some detail in respect of the harm suffered. And then it sets out in 5 reasons why people had not been included. So those documents formed part of the instructions that you received, did they not, Ms. Princeton?
Yes, I did.
Thank you. And so you had in total documents from 108 victims, and they range from being substantial folders with, I think one was up to 600 pages long, to being folders with just a few pages. Is that also right?
Yes, that is correct.
Did you regard it as practical to deal with all 108?
This is Ms. Princeton speaking.
Yes.
No, that was not possible. It was too much time consuming. We didn't have the means to look at all 108 files.
So we're going to come on in a moment to how the selection was made, but before we leave this document, may we have an MFI number, please, Your Honour, for the whole document, which includes, in fact, the letter of instruction and both of these documents.
You may assign an MFI.
Thank you, Your Honor. Document with ERN V0000338 to V0000342 will receive MFI number V00034. Thank you. Classification is confidential.
Thank you, and that document can be taken down. So having decided that 108 was too many for you to look at, what did you do?
We decided to look at 50 files, which is a substantial amount of the 108 files we received.
And can you tell us, please, how the 50 were selected?
This is Ms. Princeton speaking. I had a preparational note in which it is explained how the selection worked. I think everybody has got that note. The files or the victims were already selected either indirect or direct, as you just explained. There were 5 files that were both indirect and direct victims. And because that was a unique category, we decided to do all 5 of those files. And then we looked at how many files we had from the direct victims and from the indirect victims. And because of the literature, our research is based on themes from the literature, and there are 2 categories in the literature about the indirect victims, either adults or children. So we made a selection based on birth year and the age at the time of the war. So whether somebody was an indirect victim and adult during the war or an indirect victim and a child. So we had 4 different categories. One was indirect adult, one was indirect children, one was direct victim, and one was both direct and indirect victim. And we, can I take the document to look at it, the document you all have, or on the screen? Is that possible?
Yes, you may. Just as I said, don't read from it, just refresh your
Yes.
memory.
So we eventually selected 20 direct victims, and we selected the 5 indirect and direct victims, and from the indirect victims we selected 15 adults and 10 children. And the selection process was randomized, so all victims had a number and it was computerized. So there could be randomly selected victims. We didn't select them ourselves.
That's clear. Thank you very much. And then we have in the report at page 17, if we could have the report, please, back on the screen. V00000005. Thank you. And if we could go to page V21, top right. Thank you. You have an explanation there about the process that you use called coding. And it may just help if you give us a brief oral summary, Ms. Princeton, if you would, of what that involved.
Yes. So the coding means that we defined all the psychological consequences that are known from the literature. So the first part of the report explains what psychological consequences are of torture and inhuman treatment. So we use these consequences to make a coding scheme to be able to compare what the victims testified or what they told about their harm, to be able to compare it with what the literature says. We made 24 categories. For example, one category could be having flashbacks. So we could code if it is apparent or not that somebody has, if somebody actually says having flashbacks, we could code it or not if it's not named by the victim. And 21 of the categories had subcategories because some of the psychological consequences are general and there could be different subtypes. So I think I just explained it wrong because the flashbacks is one of the subcategories of intrusive memories. We just talked about it. Intrusive memories is not. It can be a variation on. So people could name flashbacks. They could name intrusive memories. They could name thinking back of the trauma. And a category that is not having subcategories would be, I think, something like avoidance.
Very well, thank you. If we could just go on in the report, please, to the last page, V000033. After the random selection had taken place, you end up with these 50 cases, do you, with the headings that we can see as you've described to us, and then the V numbers for the different victims listed there.
That is correct.
All right. And then the question that was posed to you is, after doing all of that work, to what extent do these symptoms correspond with the consequences, symptoms and mechanisms described? And I wonder if you could help us with that, please. It's part 2 of the question, but it's the part we'll focus on.
So this is Ms. Princeton speaking. The results from coding all the psychological consequences that are named by the victims, they align with the results from the literature search.
And Dr. Black, your opinion on this, please?
This is Catherine Black speaking. Well, I agree with Ms. Prinson's statement. So the broad overview is that we see the similar symptoms as described in the literature.
Thank you very much. One other detail in this part, please. If we could go to page V23. Yes, and that's exactly where we need to be, the top of the page. The group that we can see being referred to at the top of the page, indirect victims who were children under 18 at the time of the war, we have 10 of them, consisting of 8 women and 2 men. A few moments ago, Dr. Black, you were talking about intergenerational harm. Mm-hmm. If the victims have suffered intergenerational harm, is this the group we should be looking at?
When I was referring to intergenerational harm in the previous question, a few moments ago when you were asking me about the general statement, does time heal all wounds? I was, when making that statement, actually thinking of the passage of time to generations still to be born. But it could also apply to children of victims, so as we describe, indirect victims here. If that was your question.
Yes,
Yeah.
it was. Thank you very much. And we can see from the fourth line down that in this group, the effect of not having closure and or justice was cited by 70%. Is that right?
Yes, that is correct.
Thank you. Finally, for this report, we have just a few clarifications to make. And John, the easiest way to do this may be, if there's no objection, for the prep note to be put on the screen. It's just dealing with some issues, really, of clarification and translation. Unless there's any objection, it's V000333, please.
Any objection to be noted? All right, go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you. And we will need at the same time the report itself back on the screen, please. That's the document starting at V5. And thank you. And if we could, in the preparation note, just move down in the page to the heading clarification so that it's visible, please. And Ms. Princeton, if we can deal with this through you, the preparation note says that during the two meetings, the two experts provided the following clarifications. And the first is on page 16 of the report, which is V20. Thank you. And if we could make that page a little bigger, if possible, please. Thank you. In the paragraph that's just visible at the bottom of that half of the page, there's, based on this information, the paragraph starts, and you wanted to clarify, Ms. Vincent, that where we see the word chosen in the last line of the paragraph. You had a clarification to make in relation to that, did you not?
Yes, we did. It should say randomly selected, and it was just lost in translation from Dutch to English.
And this goes back to your point that you didn't select which victims should feature in this. They were generated by a computer program.
Yes.
All right, thank you. And then on page 18 of the report, which is V22, if we look first of all at indirect adult victims at the bottom of the page, please. You say, in the first sentence, indirect victims of murder and enforced disappearance should also be included, and we can see that, as with direct victims, the most frequently reported complaint is a general negative statement about life after torture or inhumane treatment, and this sentence applies, say, to indirect victims of murder and enforced disappearance as well. Is that right?
Yes, that is correct.
Thank you. And then, staying on the same page, but going up to the paragraph headed Direct Victims, we could go up in the page on the document on the left-hand side, please. Four lines down from the beginning of that paragraph, a significant proportion of victims. You wanted to clarify that, as we can see from the preparation note. If you would turn the page, please, or come down in the preparation note. Next page. Vincent, you wanted to amend that entry, a significant proportion of victims. Is that right?
Yes, I think the word significant in English is confusing because it's not statistically significant, and in Dutch it's a different word. So the translation should be, in that instance, substantial or notable.
Thank you very much. And at page 20 in the report, V24, if we move on in the document on the left, please. Do you have the same observation to make about the word significant under the heading coping, last line, last word?
Yes, it's the same. Translation. It lost in translation. It should be important, not
Thank you.
significant.
And then in the penultimate line on this page, no significant difference. Again, you wanted to amend that for better sense, I think.
Yes, to not get confused. It's about not having a clear difference between the groups.
Thank you. With those clarifications, we will seek admission of this report, so we'd ask that it has an MFI number, please.
You may assign the number.
Thank you, Your Honor. The expert report with ERN V000005 V000033 will receive MFI number V00035, and the classification is confidential. Thank you.
Thank you. We're going to move on now and deal with two other reports. And Your Honour, to deal with these reports, we need to go into private session.
Into private session, please, Madam Court Officer.
Your Honors, we are now in public session.
Go ahead, Ms. Clanton.
Thank you. Dr. Black, Ms. June Princeton. Again, I just have a few questions for you today about the contents of your reports. If there's any answer you want to give that could be specific to an individual, please let me know and we'll move into private session. My first questions relate to the report that you prepared for these proceedings in April of this year. And that report has MFI number V00035. If I could ask for the court officer to please bring that up. We'll turn to page V18. Which is page 14 at the bottom of the page. Thank you. This is from the section of the report, section 2, which concerns the consequences for persons who suffered the abduction and torture or the enforced disappearance of their loved ones. And the question I have is about 2B, where you've talked about coping mechanisms. In this report, you've explained, and this is the last sentence of the first paragraph on this page. You've explained that the research indicates that rumination and avoidance are common coping mechanisms among female widows who survived the Kosovo War. And then there's a footnote where you've defined what rumination is. And it says rumination is the repeated, prolonged thinking about or revisiting your feelings and problems, often focused on unpleasant events you've experienced. You are co-authors of this report. In compliance with the judge's instructions, I will make a selection as to who can answer the question, but if you find that you have something to add or you may be better placed to answer, please join. My question in respect of rumination here is that, is this a coping mechanism that can occur in other types of victims in addition to female widows? Dr. Black, would you like to respond?
Yes, so this is Catherine Black speaking. So this is included in the report based on a specific reference that described a specific study that described these symptoms specifically among the female widows who survived the Kosovo War. Rumination and avoidance in general are maladaptive coping mechanisms that can occur in a PTSD in general. Does that answer your question sufficiently?
Yes. Ms. June Princeton, do you have anything to add to that?
No, I agree.
Thank you. A few pages back, if we could go to V0000013 of the report, please, which is page 9. And if we scroll the paragraph that begins with captivity, if you can scroll down a bit more, thank you. On the screen in front of you, there's a section about the specific consequences of captivity. And Victims Counsel has asked you some questions this morning already about the first part of this paragraph. I want to turn to the sentence in the middle of the paragraph that begins with the word captivity can lead. And that sentence says, symptoms of PTSD commonly linked to captivity include avoidance, emotional numbness, flashbacks, shame, resulting from humiliation and sexual abuse, loneliness stemming from mistrust in relationships, and hallucinations. Can this sense of shame be exacerbated by rumination on the unpleasant or traumatic event that has been experienced by a victim? Ms. June-Prinzen, if you would like to answer first.
I think shame and rumination can occur together because shame also implies thoughts, shameful thoughts about something that happened to you. And it's something you want to avoid. I don't know if it would make either of one worse, but they co-occur.
Thank you. Dr. Black, do you have anything to add on that point?
Or maybe in general, so rumination, that was from our paragraph on the coping mechanisms, on which we also describe adaptive and maladaptive coping mechanisms. Rumination is not an adaptive coping mechanism, so it's a coping mechanism that would maladaptive, I mean not helpful for your symptoms. So in that line, it could, it's not likely to be helpful in reducing your symptoms, and shame being one of them. Was that
Thank
clear?
you, that's
Yeah?
clear.
Yeah.
Thank you. Based on your practice and experience, can trying to find an explanation for the harm that was done to a victim be part of a victim's rumination, maladaptive coping style?
Trying to find an could you clarify what you mean by trying to find an explanation?
Yes, when victims are experiencing rumination, as part of that rumination, in your experience, does it include trying to find an explanation in your mind as you ruminate about what has happened for the events that happened to you? In other words, the cause of the underlying harm.
Mm-hmm. And is your question, is that included in what we describe as rumination, thinking about the cause, or?
Whether in your experience or in the practices you've observed, whether victims who are ruminating as part of coping, whether part of that rumination can be about why this thing happened to them.
Yeah, yeah. In general, I can say from clinical practice that people, the question of why this injustice occurred, why this happened to me, why this loss, and not being able to move on from that, is a frequent problem in clinical practice in all kinds of a loss and trauma.
And in your experience, as part of the coping mechanisms or coping style that a victim may have, can a victim favor one explanation for why something happened to them over another explanation because perhaps one explanation is less painful or less shameful to them?
Yeah. I have to think about that for a moment. Are you're just to clarify? So you're asking, do people
I can perhaps
yeah,
ask it again.
to rephrase it.
You just described in
Yeah.
your previous answer how it's common that people ask, why did this happen? In this process of ruminating, thinking about what happened to them, searching for a reason as to why, have you encountered situations where a victim may land on a particular explanation and you suspect that it has to do with a feeling of shame or choosing a less painful explanation, a less shameful explanation?
I'm struggling with your sort of as a shameful explanation, trying to, not quite sure what exactly.
The scenario I'm
asking,
thinking
yeah.
of when I say a shameful
Yeah.
explanation, if I can just clarify my question a bit, is if there's something that would be considered shameful that could have been the cause of mistreatment versus an alternate cause that would be considered to be less shameful or less painful.
Essentially, really, are you asking me, do people deny deny circumstances they know because of shame?
Yes, and in that denial, perhaps have a different explanation that is less shameful to them.
If that's the question, I could say that we know that shame is a very powerful motivator. And also, I can say that shame, and also is covered in the Istanbul Protocol, that shame is a big factor in people when disclosing in information about torture and mistreatment.
And a follow-up point on that, what you said about shame, does that apply in respect of the reason why a victim may think that they experience mistreatment? Or is your answer more focused on the shame they feel about describing the mistreatment they then suffered?
I'm not sure that I can state that. Perhaps, Karen, would you like to comment on this?
Is that
If
okay?
that's allowed.
Yes, please.
So this is Mrs. Princeton speaking. What we do know is that shame is, as Dr. Black just told us, is a very powerful emotion which leads to avoidance. So if in our report we state that avoidance is one of the symptoms of PTSD, and it explains why people might not disclose about certain information. And I think whether or not you choose another explanation is also based on cultural, maybe religious factors. So I think you can only tell if you would examine an individual whether this played a part in why they choose another explanation.
Thank you for your answer. Your Honors, I see the time.
We'll break for lunch now. You may be excused from the courtroom. Please do not speak with anyone outside the courtroom about your testimony, and we'll be back here at 1:30. No, that's not right. 2:30.
Your Honour,
Yes.
just because I'd like to have requests with 1 minute to go, it's just to seek Your Honour's leave if questions will be asked by the Salimi defence during cross-examination, that they'll be asked by Ms Sheremetti to my left. I just wanted to request authorisation for that from Your Honours before we break.
Certainly.
lunch.
Thank you for letting us know.
Thanks, Your Honour. Much obliged.
So we're adjourned till 2:30.
All rise. All rise.
Be seated. Madam Usher, please bring the witnesses in. Oh, she's still got questions. All right, we're ready to proceed. Please give the prosecutor your attention.
Good afternoon. My next question relates to the same report that we were looking at before the break. So if we could please have V00035 brought up on the screen. And we'll turn to page 10, which has V14 in the top right corner. And on the screen in front of you, under question 1B, there's a description of how there are two different types of coping styles. The report states that a person can have an active coping style, which means that they want to change a stressful situation or obtain support, or they can have a passive coping style, which means that they deny or minimize their feelings and experiences. A question I have, we'll start with Ms. June Princeton. There are a few examples in this paragraph, but could you explain a bit more about how does the minimization of feelings and experiences manifest itself based on your practice and experience?
What it means to minimize your feelings or experiences is that it is the same as avoidance. So passive coping is not actively trying to solve the problem, but to avoid it. So if you avoid your emotions or you avoid situations in which emotions will submerge, you can stay away from it, but that doesn't mean it goes away. So you still, it still bothers you. The same with experiences. To minimize getting into experiences where you will be reminded, for example, of a stressful event. It will help that your emotions will not submerge. However, they will not disappear. And it will eventually lead to, it's like an oil stain. So you have to avoid more and more experiences to be able to hold up.
Thank you. And what you've described happening to victims who have this coping style, in particular the minimization, is that also evident in the account a victim gives of their experience?
It could be if they would vocalize it, if they would tell that they are doing it. Or you could observe it when you are trying to get to a specific point of an account, and people will consciously or unconsciously avoid a certain question.
Thank you. If we can turn to page V9 of the report, which is page 5. And this is the section where you talk about general psychological consequences of war. And you've listed various factors that influence the psychological consequences of war. If we look at the cultural and social context, so point number 3 on the screen, it says that sociocultural factors influence living conditions, interpretations of events, available coping mechanisms, recovering options, and community reactions. And again, these all refer to psychological consequences that are suffered by victims. Can you provide a bit more detail, we can go this time to Dr. Black, if appropriate, about how the interpretation of events as part of the cultural and social context may affect the psychological consequences of the war that the victims suffer from?
In this case, I think, so this point is describing that there are a whole lot of factors that can influence it, and not one of them is the clear most important or main a factor in it. An interpretation of events here refers to both the individuals and the society's interpretation of the events of war. So of who was a perpetrator and who was a victim or what was just or unjust.
Ms. June Princeton, do you have anything to add?
No.
Still in this section, at the number 1 at the top, and again, is a factor which influences the general psychological consequences of war. We see severity, type, and accumulation of trauma. Could you explain what the term accumulation of trauma refers to? Ms. Princeton?
Yes, I can. Accumulation of trauma means that you underwent multiple traumatizing events. So not one specific event, but multiple events. So it means that the effects of the trauma will accumulate because they will repeat itself. And it could be that, like in a war, there could be multiple bombings that you experience. Or in torture, it could be that you suffered more occasions of torture, and that's the accumulation of trauma in time.
Can trauma accumulate for victims who are, on the one hand, a direct victim of a particular event, and then also separately an indirect victim based on a separate event that has happened?
This is Mrs. Princeton speaking. Yes. I think it's very important to note that the distinction of an indirect or direct victim is a legal one and not a medical one. As I explained in our report, an indirect victim can be a direct victim because the definition of PTSD and for a trauma that can lead to PTSD doesn't necessarily mean that you have to undergo torture yourself. So witnessing or even hearing of somebody else, a loved one, who underwent torture without you seeing it can still be a primary traumatizing event. So it's really important to note that in medical science it's not that clear a distinction. So of course it can be accumulating because they can both be traumatizing events, even if you mean the legal concept of indirect victim. It could be another traumatizing event, yes.
And here at number 1, after the different factors, it says the more severe the war-related experience, the higher the risk of mental health problems. Is it also the case that the more trauma someone has, the more accumulated trauma they have, the higher the risk of mental health problems?
I think, yes, the risk is higher. Doesn't mean that somebody really has more health problems. However, as we state, a captivity is a very severe war-related experience, so the scientific research shows that it leads to more health problems.
Your Honors, my next questions relate to the report that's been MFI'd as V00036, and I think we should go into private session for those questions, please.
Please into private session, Madam Court Officer.
Your Honors, we are now in public session.
Now, go ahead, Mr. Dixon.
Thank you, Your Honours. I'll introduce myself again for the public. My name is Rodney Dixon. I'm going to ask some questions on behalf of Mr. Kadri Vaseli. And I wanted to start by making a general question. And this is without criticizing you in any way for your work in this case, case number 6. I'll come on to the other 2 reports which you've been asked about at the end, but I want to start with our case first. And also without challenging in any way the suffering of any victim during the war in Kosovo and the continuation of that, as we see in many cases, some of which you have examined. But what I really want to try and get to is what your report in case 6 amounts to. And I think that you have answered this question in your own report by essentially saying, well, you can only do what you've been asked to do. And you say, and this is in your report, it can be brought up, and then I'll ask you some questions about it. You say in your report, and if I could get, it's MFI 35, I believe, that's your report in this case. And if I could have page 17 of the report, or V000021. Is the transcript picking this up? Yes. And if you go to the bottom of that page, please. This is the last paragraph. You say, in short, the psychological consequences and symptoms are coded based on the literal statements made by victims during legal proceedings. You're referring here to the materials that you were given by Victims' Counsel. The findings are not based on forensic medical examinations conducted by a psychologist. Therefore, no statements can be made about the medical condition or the validity of the symptoms. And my question arising, is it correct, and we can start with you, Dr. Black, if I may. I mean, is it correct that, therefore, based on what you've been able to do in this case, you are simply not able to say whether any of the persons whose testimony you read, whether they suffer from particular conditions or not? You can only go on the basis of what you've read in their testimonies.
Yes, I think, well, the statement that you quoted speaks for itself. What we did in this report is we documented the literature and and looked to see if we could find this psychological symptoms that we know from the literature, if we could find them in these legal statements. We did, but we did not examine any of these individuals. That's correct. Yeah.
And as a result of not examining any of them, you're not able to say one way or the other, and this is no criticism of you, but you're not able to say whether or not any of those symptoms which they may have been referring to in their testimony, in fact, exist or not.
I can't speak to any of those individuals' medical status. What I will add to this is that so these the documents that we extracted this information from were not designed to be interviews about their medical symptoms. And even though they were not interviews about their medical symptoms, a lot of medical symptoms in them were present that were consistent with the literature that we found.
Yes, you explain this above that paragraph that I referred to by essentially saying that legal proceedings and the legal context is not the optimal environment for victims to report medical symptoms, and that questions posed by lawyers like myself are not there in criminal cases to focus on identifying medical symptoms. So that's a shortcoming that you have identified in your report. That's right, isn't it?
So that the situation, yeah, we also described that, so that our hypothesis or opinion is that in this situation, it's more likely to be an underreporting of the true level of symptoms than a fair representation, because of what we know about especially PTSD and the problems with avoidance and shame, and the very specific circumstances described in the Istanbul Protocol that are necessary for people to be able to disclose.
Yes, you simply, is it not right, don't have the full picture, and you can't obtain that without examining the individual concerned. That's right, isn't it?
If you wanted to, as my colleague just explained, if you wanted to have the kind of medical legal reports that we do for IMO when we interview an individual and write a report about supported evidence for their alleged traumatic experience and the degree to which the psychological and physical findings match that, then we would have to, yes, do that with 108 individuals, and then we could say something more specific.
Yes, I mean, you could have done it with one or two or half of them or 108, but you would have had to have actually done it to be able to then look at the validity of the symptoms, as you put it here, and also to be able to comment on whether or not the symptoms are caused by any particular events or alleged crimes.
Yes.
And perhaps, Ms. Prisoner, as you were, before I started my examination, explaining, I mean, the only way to look at whether or not any particular symptoms can be linked to alleged crimes is you have to examine the person concerned to go through in detail what the symptoms are and how they relate to the allegations. Is that right?
Yes, that is right. Can I add something?
Yes, please.
Some of the victims had medical reports. And I think it's not up to us to decide about what weight the report of the symptoms have in a legal context.
Yes. You did explain early on that you don't see your role as truth-finding, but in order to assist that process, in order to assist us here, isn't it right that, in fact, you can't take this very far because you haven't examined the individuals concerned, and therefore you can't do the relevant matching with the alleged crimes in this case?
For the expert report, we cannot. No, that's correct.
Thanks. The other reports, and I'll come into those, and we will do those in private session, took a very different approach. That's for cases 4 and 5. They examined two particular victims, one in each case that we were dealing with, where it's right, isn't it, that you spent, and I'll have to ask you this, Ms. Risen, considerable time with the victim, nearly a day in each case, going through in detail what their accounts were and what their symptoms were.
Yes.
And in those cases, as we've seen from the reports, and I'll come to them in more detail later, but you were then able to conduct various tests where not that you use to understand the symptoms and see whether there are matches with the alleged violence, the alleged crimes.
Among things, yes.
Amongst other things, yes. But none of those were conducted in case 6 because you hadn't had an opportunity to examine any of the victims concerned. Is that right?
That's correct.
Well, may I just raise an objection to that? The 2 victims who are concerned in the reports in case 4 and 5 are victims in case 6, so the statement is not correct.
Might want to correct that just to show that.
Yes, I thought I had made that clear. Those 2 that you examined, I said there were ones concerned in our case. They have been examined in detail, but that's 2 out of, I understand, 157 victims in the present case.
I don't know how many victims there are in your case, but yes, that's 2.
Okay, well, there were 108, I understand, when you were instructed, so it was 2 out of 108, that's right. And you say you don't know the 157 now, but I think in your preparation note you said 50 as a sample out of 150 was a fairly substantial number.
Out of a 108, yes.
108. Okay, well, it's then in the preparation note. What I wanted to ask, though, is when you were told by a victim's counsel that this was your mandate or the scope of your mandate, did you raise then that there would be severe limitations with what this could show?
Yes, we did.
And what was the response of victims' counsel to that?
They were aware of those limitations, and they still wanted the report.
And when you said there would be limitations, did you highlight very specifically that you would not be able to comment on whether there was any connection between any harm suffered and any of the alleged crimes in this case?
Yes.
Thank you. I want to ask you some specific questions about the report, nevertheless, specifically with regard to the first part, first of all, where you look at symptoms in general. Just an overall question, first of all. The academic literature that you looked at, I think you concede that it's not extensive. There are many other sources outside of that. This is a sample of some of the key sources that are used. Is that right?
Yes, that is correct, but we try to focus on meta-analysis and systematic reviews that encompass more studies. And it was also based on the Istanbul Protocol and our experience.
Yes. Can I ask you just to look at certain parts that deal with some of the general symptoms? Can we go to page V000008? That's at MIF V35. That's your report. And perhaps I'll ask you now, Dr. Black, to comment on these different sections that I'm going to highlight. If you just go further down, please, where it says, in Kosovo, nearly 65% of the population experienced traumatic events during the war, leading to approximately 200,000 to 400,000 traumatized individuals refugees from the former Yugoslavia were found to have a comparatively high rate of mental health issues in relation to refugees from other war zones. Can I ask, when you refer there to refugees, are you referring to persons from all different groupings in Kosovo who have been affected in some way, had to move, leave? What is the definition you were using?
No, I don't think I can answer that question fully without having access to the full text of the reference it refers to.
Mm-hmm. Well, maybe, Ms. President, can you help us with what you had in mind when you referred to refugees there? I mean, it may well just be the common sense understanding of persons who have been displaced.
It is. It is of persons being displaced, and what it shows, I think, in the whole report is that specifically for Kosovo, there are certain contextual and cultural factors which we highlight that play a role in the prevalence and the perseverance of psychological consequences. So that's why one of the factors why refugees from the former Yugoslavia have a comparatively higher rate of mental health issues if you compare it to other war zones.
And that applies to Kosovo as well?
As well, yes.
So would you agree with me, looking at that research, those figures, it's fair to say that a substantial part of the population in Kosovo from all different groupings have been traumatically affected by what happened during the war. It's widespread, is it not?
Yes, it is.
And could we then go further on to page V12? I won't do all the zeros if I can drop those, to another section I wanted to ask you about. Just go up a little bit, please. Is it possible to go higher? Well, yeah, there, that's right. The last paragraph. Research specific to Kosovo indicates that 10 years after the war, the prevalence of post-traumatic stress, depression, somatic symptoms, and pain among the civilian population remains significant. PTSD, MDD, and emotional stress anxiety seem to have become chronic in a substantial proportion of the population. Prevalence of PTSD was notably high among specific groups such as refugees and veterans. Do you see that there? And Ms. President, perhaps continuing with you then, if I may. The reference here to refugees again would be to persons in Kosovo who were displaced by the war. Is that how you understand it?
Yes.
And veterans, referring to former members of the KLA?
I wouldn't know former members of military forces, but I wouldn't be able to explain which ones if I haven't had the reference.
Yes, fair enough. So once again, it would seem from the research that you've relied upon that a substantial proportion of the population has, even sometime after the end of the war, some 10 years, still suffering from all of these various psychological symptoms which relate to the war.
Yes.
Thank you. And then another section, this is at page V17, please. Okay, and if we could just, you might have to go down a bit. Top of the page, yes, please. Individuals, right at the top of the page, with a family member or close relative who was killed during the Kosovo conflict seem to have poorer mental health than the general population. Research indicates that Kosovo citizens with a deceased immediate family member, compared to those without such a loss, exhibit significantly higher prevalence of major depressive episodes, MDE, PTSD, and generalized anxiety disorder 9 years after the war, along with a lower quality of life. From your research and experience, that is accurate. That's something that you stand by, is it?
You mean by the literature
Yes.
research? Yes.
You have no reason to question that. That's why you've relied upon it in your report.
Yes, and I think it's important to note that all those studies are correlational, not causal, so there's no ethic way to research causal relationships, because so it's a trend that is found in the study.
Yes, it's a trend, and we come back to the same point again. In each individual case, if you wanted to establish with any certainty what the connections were, you'd have to examine the persons concerned, the situation, the circumstances, the family situation, and everything else to make an informed expert opinion, wouldn't you?
Yes, we would.
And then the last one on the general section, that's at page V18 and over the page 19, so it'll be at the bottom of the page, please. And Ms. President, I'll ask once again as you're answering those questions, but Dr. Beck, please, if there's anything to add or to clarify, do so without hesitation.
Mr. Dixon, at 3:30, we'll take a 10-minute break just for the convenience of the witnesses,
Yes,
and then we'll come back until 4:30.
4:30. Thank you, Honours. I'll just finish this part and then we could break then if that's convenient. The section I'm looking at is the one that starts at the bottom of the page. This is also confirmed by research in Kosovo and elsewhere. And we're looking at the symptoms that are commonly encountered in sufferers of trauma in the absence of intervention. Studies in various Balkan countries, including Kosovo, show that 84% of untreated war-related PTSD patients still exhibit symptoms years after the war. There's a high prevalence of PTSD and mood disorders among untreated individuals even years after the war. Additionally, untreated PTSD in veterans leads to increased morbidity and reduced quality of life. Unresolved trauma causes a decline in both physical and mental health. And then just over the page, moreover, mental health issues are worsened by ongoing social and economic stress alongside the lack of justice and institutional support. So, Mr. President, can I ask, when we talk here of 84% of untreated war-related patients still exhibit these symptoms years after the war, this is a figure that you stand by, first of all.
Can it go back to the sentence?
Yes. One page back, please, at the bottom of the page.
I don't know from which year this reference is, but I stand by that it is that there is that it shows that the majority of not treated war-related PTSD patients still exhibits symptoms after years.
Okay, I think the footnote I'm helped shows 2009. But you've answered the question. Would you agree with me then that that is a high percentage of persons who are still affected sometime after the war in Kosovo by what happened during the war?
Well, it could be, but there's no causal evidence that it's because of the war. It's correlational.
Yes. Once again, it depends on the individual cases. But would you agree with me, in general, the level of psychological problems in Kosovo is widespread at the time of the conflict and thereafter, according to this research?
After, yes.
And that affects a wide range of people in Kosovo society, all the different groupings.
Yes.
So would it be fair to say then that, you know, when you look at, and we are talking at a general level now, but when you're looking at PTSD and other mental health symptoms in the context of Kosovo, that there are any number of people who you could come across in that country who might suffer from these disorders?
You could.
Thank you. I think I will break there, Your Honours, and come back after that.
All right, witnesses, we'll give you a 10-minute break, and then we'll continue on after that until 4:30, so you can plan, and then we'll be finished for the day. We're adjourned for 10 minutes.
All rise. All rise.
Be seated. You may bring the witness in, Madam Usher. All right, Mr. Dixon, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honours. If we can just pick up where I left off before the break, Ms. Prison, and just ask you in relation to the sections on Kosovo generally, is it right, and I think you have clarified this, but I just want to be sure that these symptoms that have been described in the literature as being prevalent in Kosovo, they may arise as a result of crimes, but equally they might result from other factors. So it's irrespective of whether they are connected to crimes or not. There's a range of factors that could cause this level of trauma in that society.
Yes, there is no specific research in those studies about causal relationships between which traumatic event. It could be war-related, it could be torture-related, it could be any other traumatic event during the war.
And it could also be equally events that have taken place during the war, unrelated to the war as well, personal disputes that are private.
It could be. It's correlational.
Yes. Can I then ask in relation to the persistence of symptoms as well, whether or not the fact that these persist once again would not have anything specifically to do with whether persons had experienced crimes or not. It could be as a result of the lack of medical care, the lack of social support.
Sorry, can you ask the question again?
I'm talking about the persistence of symptoms now, that they've continued for a number of years. We saw that in the literature. And that could occur because of the fact that people had experienced crimes and were being re-traumatized, or it could be for other reasons, that they weren't treated, that there wasn't social support, or a combination of those. Is that right?
Yes, that's right.
The fact is we just don't know which, based on this very general literature.
We only know that if you compare Kosovo or to other post-war countries, that in Kosovo there are higher levels of prevalence and persistence. Yes.
Yes. And you mentioned early on that there might be particular reasons for that. Are you able to assist us with that? And please, Dr. Black, if you wish to add,
Sure.
do so.
Yes, well, there are some factors that, if you look at the other literature, so not specific for Kosovo, but if you look at the literature, then we know that, for example, the contextual or cultural factors like poorer economical status or ongoing ethnical conflicts or lack of justice, we know that they can affect the prevalence and the persistence. And we know that in Kosovo those are factors that play a role in the persistence and in the prevalence.
And what about the high number of refugees? We've seen that mentioned a few times in the sources you cited. The fact that people have been displaced and had to move and come back. Can that be one of the factors?
It could be, although there is one study, I think it is highlighted in the report, that those factors were less correlational than war-related factors. It's in the report, I don't remember which page. There's a study which shows that.
Yes, but is it right that, as you've said previously, you can show these symptoms, have to endure them, the various psychological symptoms, irrespective of whether you yourself have been a victim of a crime, perhaps having to move as a refugee or flee conflict could cause those symptoms to arise and persist?
They could.
Thank you. I want to ask you then about this coding system that you used, and maybe Dr. Black, you could assist us with this. I don't know if it was yourself or Ms. Prison who came up with this particular way of preparing this report under the constraints that I know you were operating under, the limitations that you've highlighted. Could you help us with that, please?
So the system of coding is a way to extract and quantify the data to some degree. And the coding system is, as I think previously already discussed today, based on looking for those symptoms that we know from the literature are relevant.
And you said in your preparation note, and this is at paragraph 11 for those following, that you looked at coding the data based on 24 categories, 21 of which had subcategories. Who came up with those different categories? Did you discuss it amongst yourselves or in the group?
Would you like to answer?
Either can answer as long as you just say who's answering.
Yes, it's extracted from the literature, so it's based on the psychological symptoms and consequences that we know, that are known, and it is we talked about it and we made up the coding system. We checked each other.
And did you also come up with a list of terms in the testimonies that you were reading that would fit into each category, whether yes or no? I know you said some are just too vague, but say, well, these ones, they cross the line. You should put them in that category. Is that the way it worked?
This is Ms. Princeton speaking.
Yes.
So when you do a research like this, you start by peer reviewing each other. So we, first of all, we coded 2 files or 2 victims, and we checked each other to see whether the categories were sufficient and what would fit in or not. We just had to control each other, that not one of the codings, somebody will code something and the other one wouldn't. And as we state in the report, vague comments or comments that just didn't fit in the category, they weren't coded.
Yes, so some fitted in, and you had a list of those, others didn't. I mean, I know you've used some examples here in the report. And once again, this is not to be critical of the report as it stands, but it's right, isn't it, that we don't have in the report your workings, or attached to the report, what were the exact categories, which fitted in, which didn't. We don't have that all in the report or with the report, do we?
No.
And we don't have any of your discussions or decisions that you made about what would fit in or not.
No, that would be a very lengthy report.
No, certainly. Yeah. I just wanted to clarify that as things stand, we are in a situation when we're looking at it now that we don't have the categories, and we don't know exactly what you decided to put into each category or not.
Well, they are based on the psychological consequences, so it's based on everything that is stated in the first part of the report.
Yes, no, I understand. I'm just saying we don't have your analysis and workings and analysis to reach the conclusions as general as they are. I know you've said that they are, but we don't have that in the report.
No. So what you're saying is you a more detailed description of the methodology
yes.
in an appendix or otherwise. That's correct.
Yes, that's what I'm asking. With
yeah.
the methodology and how it operated in practice, we don't have that in the report. What we have at the end is certain percentages with some examples that are mentioned, but that's the total that we have. Is that right?
Yes.
Yes, and I think what we added is a preparational note which states a little bit more about the method and the like the systematic thematic analysis and the steps that are involved in this analysis which we followed and which are reproducible, how do you say? You can reproduce them or reproduce.
Reproducible. Yeah.
Yes.
Yes, I know you have brought that document to the court, and some questions have been asked about the issues. It's correct that in your report you do set out how you divided up the different victims and how they were then randomly selected. But my question was different, and I think you've answered it, that we don't have a detail of the methodology used in practice set out in the report. That's right, isn't it?
That's correct, yeah.
Now, I wanted to just ask about one other symptom of PTSD, which I didn't see mentioned in this report anywhere. It does come up in one of the other ones that we're going to look at later on in private session. But I just wanted to confirm, because I don't think it's a controversial matter, that another symptom of PTSD, and this comes from DSM-5 itself, is one of irritable behavior and angry outbursts with little or no provocation, typically expressed as verbal or physical aggression towards people or objects. And I've just read there from E1 of DSM-5. I can bring it up if you need, but is it correct that is another symptom of PTSD, Dr. Black?
Yes, so you're referring to the symptoms that are grouped under the E category of, I think the overall category is
Yes.
then the hyperarousal category.
Yes.
And this is one of them, that's correct?
Yes. But that kind of verbal or physical aggression is another potential symptom of persons who have been traumatized during conflicts, isn't it?
It's a symptom of, it's a part of the classification of PTSD. Not everybody who has experienced a trauma automatically has PTSD or has that symptom. So you can easily actually meet the classification criteria for PTSD without having this symptom.
Yes, I think you clarified that earlier, that some people are completely unaffected, others are in certain ways, but not always. Some can have a combination, that's right.
Yeah, and you can have PTSD without having every single symptom in the DSM as you described. So you don't need to have every single symptom from every single category to meet the classification.
Yes. But that's where you come in. I mean, you have to confirm again, examine the person concerned to work out exactly whether they have it or don't, or what combination might exist. That's right, isn't it, Dr. Black?
To diagnose?
To diagnose, yes, a medical
PTSD.
diagnosis is required.
To
understand whether
to
or
diagnose, I must diagnose. Is your
no, medical diagnosis, sorry if I wasn't clear, is required in order to determine which symptoms people have, and there are many, or whether they have any at all.
In what context?
Well, in the context of a particular individual who says that they were the subject of a crime during the war, or subject to trauma during the war, to understand whether or not they do have PTSD or any other symptom, and whether it's related to what they say happened. You've got to examine them.
So those are multiple questions in one. So to know whether someone has a psychiatric diagnosis, then you would have to do a psychiatric examination. To know whether someone's psychiatric symptoms are related to a certain event, you would have to do psychiatric diagnosis. And the medical legal reports, as we do for IMO, in which we look at medical symptoms and relate them to the alleged traumatic experience.
Yes, thank you. I want to just ask you one follow-up question about the aggression symptom that I've mentioned. And if I could call up for that purpose, it's another potential source article. It's an article by Lauren Robinson. In fact, it's a book, and it's a chapter in the book, and it's DKV 1755 to DKV 1775, and I'm just looking for the first 2 pages. You may know her. She's a forensic psychiatrist from Northwestern University who's focused on PTSD and violence and understanding the connections and the implications for treatment. And if I could just have those up, I just want to ask you a question about what is in this article. If you could see there the heading of the chapter and her name. Do you know of her as an expert in the area?
I do not, no.
Okay, well, have you seen, and Ms. Prison, you can answer as well, seen this chapter before?
I haven't, this is Catherine Black speaking. I haven't seen this chapter before.
No, me neither.
Okay, can I ask you nevertheless a question about it? And if we go to page 2, please, at the top of the page, I just want to read you one paragraph and to see whether that is something that you are familiar with. This is the relationship between traumatic experiences and violent behavior is often described as the cycle of trauma and is reflected in the truism hurt people, which describes the tendency of individuals exposed to pain, trauma, or emotional distress to inflict a similar pain on others. This is supported by a vast amount of research which consistently shows a strong link between traumatization and aggression in both male and female military and civilian populations. And then there's a reference there to research on the subject. Is that a tendency, a symptom that you're familiar with from your work?
So,
This is Dr. Black speaking.
yeah,
Yes.
so, yeah, the short answer is yes. What's the English word? So in the setting where I work, if people are, it depends which degree actually of violent behavior we're talking about. So if people with extreme violent behavior or criminal violent behavior are often treated in psychiatric forensic settings, that's not the setting in which I have most experience. But it is something I recognize, yes.
Thank you. And Ms. Prison?
Yes, it could be, yeah.
Okay, thank you. That's all I wanted to ask you about this chapter. Jonas, if I could ask that to be marked for identification in the event that the report is admitted or parts of it, then we would move for this to be admitted. And we can address that in our written submissions, as Jonas have indicated.
Please assign an MFI number to the document.
Thank you, Your Honor. Is it just first 2 pages or the entire document?
It's the entire chapter on the subject, please.
Can counsel please specify the ERN for...
So it is, I've got the DKV number, but I'll have to get the full ERN number.
You can just say what the subject matter of the chapter is.
Yeah, the chapter is the one on PTSD and violence,
Okay,
understanding the connections and implications for treatment.
thank you.
And it goes all the way through to, yeah, DKV 1775, all the way through to page 12 of the document. Thank you.
Thank you. That portion of the document will receive MFI number 2D00048. Classification is public. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can we now, Your Honours, move into private session for the other two reports? Thank you.
Into private session, please, Madam Court Officer.
Your Honors, we are now back in public session.
Can you give me a little hint about what time you will need tomorrow?
I hope, Your Honor, it shouldn't be more than 30 minutes. 30? Yes, 30.
Anybody else going to ask
Yes,
questions?
Your Honor, for us, depending on the questions that Matei will ask, it will not be more than 20 minutes, I presume.
Not more than 15 minutes, but also depending on the questions.
Okay, thank you very much, everybody. Thank you for your efforts today. We'll see you tomorrow at 9 o'clock. We are adjourned.
All rise.